Test, test, 1, 2, mic test.
Test, mic test. Can you all hear me over there? Test, mic test. Can you hear me in the bleachers over there, guys? Give me a wave. Oh, there's a thumbs up. Good. Okay. Thank you. Well, good morning, Angus Juniors and ladies and gentlemen. We open up our Alberta Junior Angus showmanship, and we start off with our tiny mates. We have two classes of tiny mates, our young up-and-comers, and they're led in by show number 102 is Wylan Yakumchuk. 103, Adeline Schmidt. 104 is Summer Wilson. 105, Rip Howell. 106 is Salem Dietrich. 107, Abby Freeman. How about class one of our tiny mites, ladies and gentlemen? It's always the highlight of the whole show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have some comments on this first class of our Tiny Mite Showman.
Well, thank you, Bill, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the AGA here in Bashaw. I love always coming back here. I exhibited cattle a few years ago in this junior deal, and I absolutely love coming back and judging all of these things for these young kids and futures in agriculture out here. And I think, for one, let's give these kids, these Tiny Mite kids, a big round of applause, because these are the futures in agriculture in our junior agriculture industry. I would say that these kids are doing an amazing job. We got a dynamic brother-sister duo right here doing an amazing job. We got the young lady down there with the black heifer calf doing a really good job. I know that she had a little stumble coming in, but she kept her cool. She doing an amazing job with that. And I do want to commend all the helpers out here helping all these kids. I really like helping all these kids, especially with this bred heifer out here. I know she was a little testy out here, but she all the questions that I asked her, she did an amazing job asking the questions and answering them. She did a really good job. And then that young lady with the red heifer calf down there, doing an amazing job with her. I asked all these kids what the calves' names were and what their names were, and I absolutely loved all of the sparkly boots on these kids. They did an amazing job showing them with all these sparkly boots out here. And then that young man down there with the cowboy hat, that is an absolute showman right there. And I can't remember what the name was that I said on him, but he named him himself, and I asked him, I said, are you going to sell this bull there this spring or this fall? And he said, oh yeah, he's making money this fall. So that's awesome. So that's a great job for that young member. And then the young lady there at the end there with the man holding on to the halter, doing an amazing job with her jersey. And I asked her, I said, those are some cool jerseys that she has on. I do got to commend all the Angus Association, those junior kids, for getting out those jerseys. Those are freaking awesome. Those are awesome. So these kids are doing an amazing job, and let's give one more round of applause for all of these Tiny Mites and congratulate them.
We now welcome in the second class of Tiny Mite Showman, and they're led in by show number 108, Dawson McGowan. And following is 101, Holly Dietrich. 110 is Ivy Elliott. 111, Clay Ravel. And 112 is Elliot Freeman. Class 2 of our Tiny Mite Showman. Now we'll have some comments on Class 2 of our Tiny Mite Showmanship.
Well, I think just once again, let's give these kids a big round of applause as these are our Tiny Mites out here. Once again, I think this is a true testament of what this cattle industry can do, and all of these young members can get up early and get their halters on and come out here showing here at 8:30 in the morning, and this is awesome. And I absolutely commend all of the big members out here and helping these kids. This is a true testament of what to learn to do by doing, even in the 4-H and even in this junior cattle industry for sure. Once again, I think this young man right out here, this guy is doing an absolute awesome job. I think this kid has done a really good job of showing this calf. He doesn't have a member with him. He answered my questions to a T, and he's worked on this animal quite a bit. And I commend on this member for sure. He's done a really, really good job. I think when he comes into the Pee-wee and the junior category, I think that one's going to be hard to beat for sure. He's doing an amazing job. That young lady there with the bred heifer, she's doing a really, really good job with that heifer. She answered my questions really, really good. She walked around this ring with a chest high, and she's just loves this heifer for sure. And then the young lady there with the red heifer, I think she's doing an amazing job. I loved the show stick, the nice pink show stick that she had with her, doing an amazing job with that. She answered all my questions for her. She loved, she even has a Simmental cow back at home, and she even called her name out for sure. Then the young man, the black heifer down there with the young lady on the halter, I loved the turquoise show stick that she had with her. She kind of somewhat likes that color, as what I heard from her, but she did a really, really good job. She said that this heifer's name was not named by her, but she came with the name, but that's really good for on her part of things. And then that young man with the bred heifer down there with the cowboy hat, doing an amazing job with this bred heifer. A really, really good job coming out here. I think that's also going to be a member that coming into the Pee-wees in the junior category, he's going to be one hard to beat. So really, really good. Congratulations to all of these Tiny Mite kids. Let's give these kids one more big round of applause.
We now move into the Pee-wee division, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 splits of Pee-wees, and in our Pee-wee division, there will be 2 individuals advancing from each class, and we'll go for our champion Pee-wee drive. In Class 1, they're led in by 202 is Otto Schmidt, followed by 220, Emily Richards. 208 is Arlen Murray. 218, Wasey Fisher. 209 is Errol Wilson. 212, Jameson Hunker. And 213, Alita Morrison. Class 1 of 3 splits of Pee Wee showmanship. Also, Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce to you the gentleman who is adjudicating our showmanship today. We're very fortunate to have Dylan Fuller with us. Dylan runs his own herd over in the Lacombe area, a longtime junior gentleman with a wealth of experience at the junior shows. Let's put our hands together and welcome Dylan Fuller. Ladies and gentlemen, advancing from this class to our Pee Wee Champion Drive are entry 218, Wasey Fisher, and 212, Jameson Hunker. We'll see those two back in our Pee Wee Champion Drive and give all of these Pee Wees a round of applause. We now welcome in the second of three splits of Pee Wee Showmanship. They're led in by 216, Dalton Doran. 213 is Elena McGowan. 207, Raleigh Fisher. 215 is Amos Wilson. 206, Wrigley Dietrich. 219, Tell Harvey, and 205, Maverick Hunter. The second of three splits of Pee Wee Showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, from this split, we have 3 Pee-wees that advance to the champion drive. The 3 Pee-wees advancing to the championship are 216, Dalton Doran. 206, Wrigley Dietrich. And 219, Tell Harvey. Those 3 will all advance to the Pee-wee championship final. We now welcome to the ring the 3rd and final split of Pee-wee showmanship. They're led in by 203 is Tucker Doran, followed by 201, Alec Berry. 214 is Austin Ravel. 217, Temperance Sorensen. 204 is Jensen Jacobs. And 210, Nikin Yakimchuk. The 3rd and final split of Pee-wee showmanship.
These hands of mine have got some stories to tell. Seen parts of heaven and a whole lot of hell. Headed west to stake a claim in the ground. I got as far as Cripple Creek that night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the two Pee-wees who advance from this class to our next class, the Pee-wee Showmanship Final, advancing 214, Austin Ravel, and 210, Nickon Yakimchuk. We'll see those two young men back in the next class, our champion Pee-wee Showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome in the Pee-wee Champion Showmanship Drive, led in by 218 from Class 1, Wasey Fisher. Also from that split, 212, Jameson Hunker. From split 2, led in by 216, Dalton Doran. 206, Wrigley Dietrich. And 219, Tell Harvey. All from split 2. And from the third and final split, we had 214, Austin Ravel. Yeah. And 210 is Dickin Yakimchuk. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have some comments from our showmanship adjudicator, Dylan Fuller.
Well, thank you, Bill, and let's just give these kids a big round of applause out here. I think I really want to congratulate all of these young kids for coming out here into this champion drive, but also those kids that didn't make it into this champion drive. I do commend all of those kids for coming out here, especially that young man with that cow, that red cow up here. She was trying to find her calf out here, but he stuck with it and he did a really good job. But I just had to pick those kind of top 2, top 3 kids. But I did just want to give a commention to that young man with that cow that didn't make it in here. But really good job by all of these members out here. They come out here cool, calm, and collective out here. It seems like I think my top 2 individuals, they've really worked with their animals. They come out here as a team. I think when I'm going to be judging out here in this showmanship, it's that first 3 seconds hitting the ring, because I think it's the presence when you hit the ring, your aura about you. You're coming in here cool, calm, collective, and here as a team, and you've worked really hard. So I really want to commend all of these kids for coming out here, and let's give one more big round of applause for these kids, and I'll go get your champion in reserve.
Champion Pee Wee Showman, Tell Harvey. And the reserve champion Pee Wee Showman, Wrigley Dietrich. How about one more round of applause for all of our Pee Wee Showmen? We now move into the showmanship of juniors and the senior show team judging. And we welcome to the ring the show team of Judge Garrick Lutz and his ring ladies, Maddie Ferentz and Dayton Wilson, are the ring personnel. And our first class of junior showmanship, 306, is Gentry Harvey. 339, Peyton Hagel. 342, Quinn Hagel. 334 is Bryn Burkhart. And 325, Bristol Sailor. Class 1 of junior showmanship.
Every time you show up smiling, you got me. Never knew how you played alone. When the time comes and you're beside me, it's so I dream about building a home. Staring up at the moon, knowing that you'll be here soon. Thank God I have you as mine. Can feel that tingle down my spine. You kick off your shoes, but you're not in a hurry. Sing as you walk and jumping up in the air. You hold me tight and say that you love me. Every thought that I have just got blown away. Staring up at the moon, knowing that you'll be here soon. Thank God I have you as mine. Can feel that tingle down my spine. Future looks great and I'm holding on tight. Breakfast served every morning, every night. Staring up at the moon, knowing that you'll be here soon. Thank God I have you as mine. Can feel that tingle down my spine.
Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring and comments from Judge Garrick Lutz.
Wow, what a great class. Before I say anything else, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for having us out and all the Junior Angus board members for hosting this event and everybody that just made it possible. As well, I'd like to thank my two amazing ringmen. So I start off this class with this powerhouse of a 6-year-old cow. She tracks well, great feet for an old cow, as well as just a beautiful udder. She's big, powerful. Her front 1/3 is just amazing, how her head sits into her shoulder. You just gotta love her about how she presents herself. This heifer that I have in second, she's a nice black heifer. You gotta love her for her color. And, you know, she might just get a bit outpowered. Compared to a 6-year-old cow, I think she won't track as well when she becomes 6 like this cow ahead of her. She does have a very nice front end, nice big body, built well from the ground up. It's hard to compete with a 6-year-old cow moving like that. Now I get down to my middle pair. This is where it was a bit of a harder decision for me. This red heifer, she just doesn't have as nice of a structure to her. I like the body this heifer has on her, but she just isn't as pretty or as feminine as the heifer ahead of her. Now this black heifer I have in fourth, she just doesn't have the same amount of dimension, I guess I'd say, or body mass as a heifer ahead of her. She might be a touch bigger. She just isn't as soggy or just isn't as soggy. This bull calf that I'm rounding off this class with, this is an amazing bull calf for a March born. He just is a little bit smaller. He gets outpowered in this class. It's hard to see him going any higher when you're in a class of a bunch of big breds, but you gotta love him from the profile and the ground up. Thank you. What an amazing class.
Thank you to Judge Garrick Lutz and his ringmen, Matty Ference and Dayton Wilson. Advancing in junior showmanship to the semifinal from this class, advancing 339, Peyton Hagel, and 342, Quinn Hagel. You two ladies both advance. Peyton Hagel and Quinn Hagel both advance to the junior showmanship final, which will follow Class 5. Angus Juniors, you probably have noticed Katie Brandel being around and about with her camera today, taking photographs from Brandel Creative, and so later Kaylee will have all the pictures posted up on her website, so you can look for that. Right here on Kaylee's sign to my left is the address to her website, so you can view the photos there. We welcome now Class 2, and this class will be adjudicated by Judge Sadie Howell and ringman Reed Howell and Lily Howell. Our junior showmen include 311, Wyatt Saylor, 332, Dryden Robertson, 309, Chick Harvey, 328, Wynn Pittman, and 333, Julie Murphy. Class 2 of junior showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have comments on this class. Judge Sadie Howell.
Well, good morning, everyone. And firstly, I would just like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on one of Canada's premier youth livestock events. The AJAA really gives me and my fellow exhibitors real-world experiences in our ever-changing beef industry. And not only that, it provides us with a huge community of people to support us as we are chasing our dreams of being future breeders in this industry. Starting out my class, I have this really powerful, broody female here. And yet, being that the power she has, she still tracks well. She's still feminine enough, and I think she'll make a really good cow down the road for this young man. My heifer in second here, maybe she just doesn't have the overall power and build of this heifer, my red heifer in first, but I think she does a lot of things right. I think she's straight in her lines. I think she's pretty enough, and overall, she's a really complete package. My heifer in third here, she doesn't do anything wrong, but overall, she doesn't have the power to compete with these ones. I think that she's structurally right. I like her neck extension. I like her from the ground up. I think she has a lot to offer, and I think she'll make a really good cow. My fourth place, kind of baldy heifer here, I really like her color. I really like the way her foot's set. I like her neck extension. I like her overall shape. However, I just feel like she needs to have a little bit more power, gain some pounds. I just feel like she gets a little bit lanky for me today to compete with the ones above her. My red heifer at the bottom of my class, I feel like this young man does a really terrific job with this heifer, and he knows this heifer quite well. I just feel like she gets a little bit more refined. I feel like I would like to kind of open her up. I feel that she maybe needs a bit more pounds, a bit more of a frame size to compete with the ones at the top of my class today. Overall, this is a really amazing class of females, and can everyone just please put their hands together for what a truly amazing event this is. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Sadie Howell and her ringman, Reed Howell and Lily Howell. And our junior showman who advanced to the semifinal from this class are 332 Dryden Robertson and 309 Chick Harvey. Advancing in junior showmanship, Dryden Robertson and Chick Harvey.
Sirens ring and run for shelter. I will chase that storm forever.
We now welcome to the ring Judge Joss Pittman, her ringman, Nevada Murray and London Matthews. The junior showman in this class, 313 is Ainsley Van Sickle, 301 Colt Jacobs, 323 Tennessee Snyder, and 307 Hiller Gartner. Class 3 of junior showmanship.
circling around me. Would you die by my side?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for some comments from Judge Joss Pittman.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It sure is a pleasure to be out here judging this class of females today. I'd like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on this show. So I start the class off with the black heifer calf today, and I find myself doing that today. I think she's the one that's got the most good pieces. She's wide set when we get behind her, one that's shapy in terms of her hip. She's big stifled and stout boned, one that's level over that top and bold sprung in her forerib. She's deep in that lower belly, one that's so extended and long in terms of her front end while still being elegant and attractive through that head and neck. A female that gets out and moves. She's true and correct in the way she sits down on her back hind. She's square in terms of her front feet. One that I think has the most dimension, most power, and she's still so attractive about herself while doing it. That's a good one to use to lead off the class. I move into a really practical black-bred female next, and I think she's one that's wide in terms of her base. She's got enough natural shape to that hip. She's got some dimension to her stifle. She's level over her top and expressive over the top of her center rib. A female that's deep and soft in terms of her lower belly. I think she's attractive enough in terms of her front end. She's one that's good when we set out in motion. She's true and correct in the way she gets out and moves. She's square on all four. A female that we'd like to set down in her tail head a little bit. Compare it to the one I used to lead off the class. But no doubt one that's so sound and so practical in the way that she's built. I move into the red bred heifer next, and she's one that's so powerful and robust in the way that she's made. She's so wide when we get behind her, one that's muscular in terms of her hip. She's big boned and level over that top. I think she's a female that's attractive enough in terms of that front end, and she's good when we set her out in motion. She sets down nicely on that back pastern, one that gets a little steep in terms of her shoulder for me today, and I'd like to make her a little longer in terms of her front end. Compare the two I used to lead off the class. Manota, one that's really long-spined and expressive about herself in terms of her rib. The red bred I used to conclude the class today is one that's super long-spined. I think she's wide enough when we get behind her. She has enough natural shape, enough natural muscle. She's strong over that top and expressive about her forerib. A female that's really attractive and long about herself through that front 1/3. One where I find my problems with her today is when we set her out in motion. She's one that's getting a little timid off her back hinds. I'd like to see her move out and track out better, compared to the three I used to lead off the class, but one that's long-spined and attractive about herself through that front 1/3. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Joss Pittman and Ringman, Nevada Murray, and London Matthews. Advancing in junior showmanship from this class, advancing to the semifinal, 301, Colt Jacobs, 307, Hiller Gartner. Advancing in junior showmanship, Colt Jacobs and Hiller Gartner. We now welcome to the ring Judge Landon Brandel, his ringman, Winton Brandel, and Cade Rancier. The junior showmen in Class 4 include 321, Gracie Morrison, 304, Kiefer Morrison, 327, Joni Page, and 310, Tell Peterson. Class 4 of junior showmanship. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for comments from Judge Landon Brandel.
4 extremely exceptional females out here with even better kids in front of them. But before I start breaking them down, just a quick thank you to the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Board for putting on such a great event here today. The female we're going to lead off with is definitely the freshest female in the class. You look at her in her skull and down in through her neck. She's so extended from her shoulders forward. She's just really elegantly made, and we can appreciate one this fresh, but still carrying this much capacity and size, just so naturally. And when we ask her to go, she's just oh so sound. We can really appreciate one like that. Oh, this black heifer that we call into second now, definitely a female with more condition, maybe a little more shape and size to her. For me, where I had to move her down a shot is just in terms of freshness and in terms of just she maybe carries a little more brisket compared to the one that we use to lead off. For me, definitely, though, a female that we can see a bright future ahead of her, just in terms of how well built she is, and she checks a lot of boxes. Just for me, there's one in here that came out with a few more positives. The female that we follow into 3 now, definitely a big rib female that we can appreciate her real world functionality to her. For me, where I lost her, she maybe just doesn't quite have the same style and presence as the ones that came above. For me, if we could give her a shot more heel and just make her a little sounder at her foot, we could use that one a lot farther. But really nice red heifer down in 3rd. The 4th female now, one that's a little rougher cut, but I think we can appreciate her just for her soundness and how she carries herself at her own right. If we could square her up in her hip, maybe give her more mass, we could use one like her pretty far along in a class and on a different day. Just came up with 3 hard ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Landon Brandel and his ringman, Winton Brandel and Cade Rancier. Advancing in junior showmanship from that class, 321, Gracie Borison, 327, Joni Page. Advancing in junior showmanship to the semifinal, Gracie Borison and Joni Page. We now welcome to the show ring Judge Max Burris, his ringmen Lee Sholigan and Eden Kaminsky. Class 5 of junior showmanship. 316 is Sage Snyder. 317, Michael Richards. 312 is Sidney Van Sickle. And 320, Greeley Robertson. Class 5 of junior showmanship. Our next class will be junior showmanship semifinal number 1. So those who advance should be coming up with their animals to ringside and ready for the junior showmanship semifinal number 1. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for comments from Judge Max Burris.
Well, thanks, Bill. Before I get started on this exceptional class of females, I'd just like to start off by thanking the Bashaw Egg Society for letting us use these great facilities. And I'd also like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association and the board members for putting this great event on. They do a lot of work behind the scenes, and I'd also like to thank them for the opportunities that they give us. The people that you meet are incredible. Lee, my ringman in the ring, we've grown close through these shows, and then another young man, Eden, over there, my other ringman, he's from Australia, and it's really neat, the opportunities that you're given. So let's give him a big round of applause for all the opportunities that you're given in this industry. When we talk about the cattle in this class, this is where I had a little bit of difficulty. There's variance in terms of ages, obviously, with the yearling heifer. I have leading the class off. I just think where she's at today, she just shows the most obviously growth and performance. She's one that still has some openness about her rib cage. She's one that's got a good amount of length of spine. I think she comes with a little more punch than the heifer calf in terms of their condition. Where they're at, sure, there's some things you would like to change about her in terms of over top of her skeleton. I'd like to level her out a little bit, change the angle from her hooks to pins, maybe just a touch, maybe give her a tick more base at the ground when you analyze her from there up. But that's one that's still got a nice udder that she's laying down. She's still elegant enough up front, and a really good female to lead off the class. When we move into the two calves that come next, I gave the advantage to the Black Angus calf here. I just think she has the more skeletally extended female out of the two. With that, I think she also comes a tick more fresher, and no, she doesn't have the openness or volume maybe in the center portion of her rib cage that the red heifer calf that comes next does. That being said, I think she still holds herself together really nicely, and for me, she's the epitome of balance, and she's really good footed. And I guess what gives her the biggest advantage, though, is just the overall length of body that she has for us today. When you move into the Red Angus heifer calf, she's one. She's got a ton of volume for her age. She's just a February heifer calf, but you get over top of her, she got a lot of volume over the top side of her skeleton. Got a lot of springing through her upper rib cage. A ton of base width that she has there as well. I'd just like to see a little bit more of her. I'd like to extend her out a little bit more. Maybe extend her front end out just a tick more to place any higher in this class, but that's another really good functional type of heifer calf that you have in the third hole. The bull calf that we have rounding off the class today just gets in a difficult class of heifers above her today. He's just one I'd maybe like to see a little bit more masculinity, a little more growth at this point in the game. That being said, I will acknowledge that it is a March bull calf here, and he's still got lots of time to grow. But let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause for the exceptional set of cattle that they brought out here today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Max Burris, his ringman Lee Scholdigan and Eden Kaminsky. And advancing to our next class, the Junior Showmanship Semifinal number 1, advancing 316 Sage Snyder and 320 Greeley Robertson. Advancing in Junior Showmanship, Sage Snyder and Greeley Robertson. We now welcome to the ring Judge Lexi Dietrich and her ringman Carson Baker. They will adjudicate this junior showmanship semifinal number 1. We have from Class 1, 339, Peyton Hagel, 342, Quinn Hagel. From Class 2, 332, Dryden Robertson, and 309, Chick Harvey. From Class 3, 301 is Colt Jacobs, 307, Hiller Gartner. From Class 4, 321, Gracie Borison, and 327, Joni Page. And from our last class, Class 5, we have 316, Sage Snyder, and 320, Greeley Robertson. And Judge, now your class is complete. This is our junior showmanship semifinal number 1. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for comments from Judge Lexi Dietrich. Just have to push that up.
Oh, thank you. I think these kids for maneuvering this small ring in this larger group, I think they deserve a huge round of applause. I want to thank the board for putting on a continuously competitive and amazing show here in Bashaw every year, and the facility and the coordinators that put everything together. Us juniors really appreciate everything you guys do. So I started this large class off with a 6-year-old Cal. I think the udder development on her is just overall so impressive, and just how much she has. When you get an analyzer from behind, I think she's really stout. She's really powerful. She carries herself out very well, and for a 6-year-old Cal, I think that's really impressive, and she sets herself ahead of this class pretty easily. Moving on to this next heifer that I think follows her pretty similar in type, with how much Springer rib and how much broodiness that she has. She really gets out and she tracks really competitively. Overall, I think a really strong group pair to start this class. Move on to next heifer that's really similar in type again, and she's really broody. She's got lots of Springer rib when you get in behind her. I love her neck extension when you get out and analyze her on the profile, and maybe like to see her just have a little bit more muscle, a little bit more power to compete with these top two today. Moving on, we have a pair that I think are pretty similar in type when you analyze them off the profile. They've got lots of depth of rib. They've got lots of length and skeleton. Heifers that I think I just like to maybe clean up a little bit in their makeup, maybe smooth them out in a little bit in a couple places to be placed higher today. And then we go to another Black Angus female, again, a female that's really beautiful when you analyze her off the profile. Heifer that I'd, again, just like to kind of clean her up in a couple sections, maybe kind of free her up a little bit on that move. I think she's a little stiff off those fronts for me today. Moving on, we have a couple more Black Angus heifers that are a little bit different in type, heifers that to me I'd just like to see have a little bit more to have them complete themselves, just to kind of have a little bit more to compete with the heifers ahead of them. And then we have the 2 heifer calves on the end. I think these younger members should really be proud of the heifer calves they have. It's really tough when you're caught in a class with bigger bred heifers that are a little bit later in development and seeing where they are. But heifer calves that overall I think will be really competitive and awesome for these young members down the road.
Thank you to Judge Lexi Dietrich and her ringman Carson Baker, advancing in junior showmanship to the final. Advancing to the junior showmanship final, Peyton Hagel, 339 and 342, Quinn Hagel, 332, Dryden Robertson, and 301, Colt Jacobs. Those 4 advance to our junior showmanship final, Peyton Hagel, Quinn Hagel, Dryden Robertson, and Colt Jacobs. We now welcome to the ring Judge Stella Mater and her ringman Abby Rancier. Class 6 of junior showmanship. 335 is Kessler Watts. 338, Janaea Sobkow. 324 is Cordell Morrison. And 341, Luke Henderson. Class 6 of junior showmanship. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for comments from Judge Stella Mater.
First off, I would just like to start off by thanking the Bashaw Egg Society for putting the show on each and every year, and a huge thanks to all the sponsors that make it happen. Let's give a big round of applause to all the juniors and exhibitors at this show as well. I start off the class with a big, powerful Angus heifer. She's very deep in her rib and is very athletic, out on the move. A very refined female up through her head and neck. A very maternal looking heifer. I move on to the second place heifer. She is just a little higher in her twist, but there is a lot of things to like about this heifer. She gets out and she's very fluid in her movement. Very good in her teat and udder placement. I move on to the third place heifer. She does have a little bit of a disadvantage being the youngest heifer in the class, but there's still a lot of things to like about her. She's very feminine female, very attractive up through her head and neck, a very nice heifer who will do lots of great things in her future. I round out the class with the red heifer. I would just like to change her in her foot and leg structure. Just like to free her up in her movement and probably clean her up through her front end. Still very good in her teat placement and very level across her top line. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Stella Mater and her ringman, Abby Rancier. Advancing in junior showmanship from this class, advancing 338, Janaea Sobkow, and 341, Luke Henderson. Advancing in junior showmanship, Janaea Sobkow and Luke Henderson. We now welcome to the ring Judge Reese Wildman and her ringman, Heidi Pass. Class 7 of junior showmanship includes 330, Hayden Kamala, 314, Nash Sorensen, 303, Wynn Henderson, and 331, Liam Richards. Class 7 of junior showmanship. And now we'll have comments from Judge Reese Wildman.
Well, good morning, everybody. It certainly always is fun to get to hop on the mic at these junior shows. Before I get started, I think there's some thank yous in order. First of all, to the Alberta Junior Angus Association, as well as our amazing adult advisors, Becky and Santana, for getting everything ready and set up here for us, as well as the sponsors from the Alberta Angus Breeders and beyond. We certainly thank you guys for letting us kids come out here, show our livestock, and meet with our friends and do what we love to do. I think judging and showmanship is always interesting because obviously we have a big degree of ages and some changes in different types and kinds in this class. But I'll be perfectly honest, the young man comes in with the black heifer. She just puts a smile on your face. She is absolutely so cool on the 3/4 view. Her upper rib is so expansive, leads down to an amazing barrel and an opened up underline. And still, when he gets her on the move and parades her around the ring, she's the most functional and the most correct in the angles from her hip to hind leg. Still, she's up-headed, she's feminine, she's attractive, but smooth-shouldered and just really good in the way that she lies all her pieces together. For a March calf, I just think that's one that's lights out good and a really, really fun place to start. Now, that being said, a young lady comes in with a heifer who's a little bit smaller in size, but certainly is big in quality. From the back view, she's so good about her hip shape and the way that she progresses with so much natural shape into her top line and is deep-bodied, sound, and functional at the ground with an amazing big foot underneath of her. Just in comparisons, obviously she's not as impressive. We don't know what this one's going to look like as she advances on. I'd like to make her a little bit more expressive through her forerib. She just wants to get a little bit tight-hearted in that regard, but still a lights-out heifer calf with a lots of future going forward. Move on to a pair of short-switched cows on the back end of the class, and still, young man in third has a cow with a lot of quality. I'm actually pretty comfortable with her body type and the way that she's carrying her condition. She's deep-sided and so cool on the profile from that regard. Really good in her heart girth and extended and feminine through the front 1/3 of her body. It's just in comparison, I'd like to change the understructure underneath of this female. Wants to get a little bit, her tates want to just get a little bit tight when we evaluate her udder. I'd also just like to change her hock ever so slightly, stepping behind her. She wants to get a little bit bowed out when we ask her to go. But still one that I think is only going to look better with the calf X side. A really nice cow that comes into third. A young man comes in with the cow that's going to round off the class. To have one this good at the end of the class is just a testament to the quality of these kids. This one's really good as well. She's good in her condition. I really like the muscle expression in this female, and she's extended and attractive. Really like the muzzle and the head shape on her as well. Just reads maternal from the front view. Just in comparison, make her a little bit deeper bodied. Maybe change a few things at the ground. Just gets a little shallow heeled when we ask her to go. But still a functional cow with a pretty nice underneath of her. One that is only going to look better as she gets on age, and certainly one that I'm sure is doing a whale of a job on a calf as well. Altogether, though, an incredible class of 4 females. Hey, how about a round of applause for these kids in this showmanship class?
Thank you to Judge Reese Wildman and Ringman Heidi Pass. Advancing in junior showmanship, 330, Hayden Kamala, 303, Wynn Henderson. Advancing in junior showmanship, Hayden Kamala and Wynn Henderson. We now welcome to the ring Judge Casey Adams and her ringman, Paisley Robertson. Class 8 of junior showmanship, 336 is Carson Van Sickle. 337, Luke Ulmer. 315 is G.W. Murray. And 340, Dallas Saylor. Class 8 of junior showmanship. Turn your attention to the ring, and we're ready now for comments from Judge Casey Adams.
Before I begin to talk my class, I'd just like to take the time to thank the Bashaw Agricultural Society for letting us use their amazing grounds once again, and the Alberta Junior Angus board for putting on such a great show. Me and Paisley have both been coming to this show for quite a long time, and it's just a really great show for the juniors. I started off this class with this really eye-appealing feminine heifer. She really hit me when she came into the ring. You really have to appreciate for her length of spine. She's really good when she gets out of the move and sets good at the ground. As we move into the second place heifer, this is probably the most showy heifer in this class. She's a really nice haired heifer. She's so feminine, so stout when you get in behind her. Really big boned. You'd maybe just like to change this heifer and how she sits on her back leg and straighten her out a bit, but it's still a really great heifer. As we're moving to my third place heifer, this is a heifer that's going to make a really nice cow. She's so bold, has so much shape to her. You really have to appreciate for her overall udder spacing this female has, and she's really great when you get on the move. This heifer maybe just falls behind in her overall eye peel. You maybe want to clean her up in that navel a little bit, but she's going to make a really nice cow. As we move into the bottom heifer in this class, this is a heifer, probably the longest spine heifer in this class. She's stout when you get in behind her. You maybe just like to balance this heifer out a bit, maybe like to add a bit more spring or rib, but she's going to make a really nice, powerful cow. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Casey Adams and her ringman, Paisley Robertson. Advancing in junior showmanship from that Class 8, 336, Carson Van Sickle, and 337, Luke Ulmer. Advancing in junior showmanship, Carson Van Sickle and Luke Ulmer. We now welcome to the ring Judge Jackson Denchikoff and his ringman, Sully Jenkins. And Class 9 of junior showmanship includes 322, Sophie Pass, 308, Morgan Page, 319, Riley Kamala, and 318, Callan Gartner. Class 9 of junior showmanship We're now ready for comments from Judge Jackson Denchikoff.
Before I get any comments here today, I just want to have a big special thank you to the Alberta Junior Angus Association and the Bashaw Agriculture Society. I know this is such a beautiful show for such a beautiful breed, so I think everyone should just give a big round of applause for everyone here today. Really getting an excellent class of cattle. A heifer, when she walked in, I knew this heifer was going to go far. She's one that's got a lot of top, a lot of middle, very stunning in that appearance. When you get her out on the move, she's very smooth on that foot. She's really clean when she gets out in her stifle. A female, I just really love the whole complete package about her. I think when you can maybe compare her to the heifer in second, maybe I want to she maybe gets a touch straight in those hind legs for me. But overall, this is going to be a maternal female and something really this Angus industry is really good for. Heifer in second, I really love her when she gets in that profile. I really love the front end and how extended she is up in her neck carriage. I love the top. She's a little wider from behind than the heifer above her. I just think here today, when I'm just getting both heifers out, I think this heifer just doesn't track out as nicely in that hind end, and really just want to see her give a little smoother in her stride to really compete with the heifer above her. Going down to my bottom pair of heifers, I think you can really just pick between them. I just went with the April heifer. I think, she doesn't really wow you with a lot of interesting factors, but when you get her on the move, she's really soft on her foot. She's very clean in her step. I think she's really nice in her kind and type and kind, and I think she's got a lot of maternal traits to her. I think she has a long future. I just think, you just want to give her a little more power, just a little more cleanliness to really compete with the top two. The heifer that rounds off the class, she's got a lot of nice frame, a lot of length of body to her. I just think really just here today, I just want to see her get out and go, really step out a lot nicer compared to the females above her. But I think just from top to bottom, there's really traits in every female I really do like. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Jackson Denchikoff and Ringman Sully Jenkins. Advancing in junior showmanship from this class, 322, Sophie Pass, and 318, Callan Gartner. Advancing in junior showmanship, Sophie Pass and Callan Gartner. We now welcome to the ring Judge Heidi McFadden and her ringman Quinn Peterson. Class 10, the final class of junior showmanship. 326 is Myra Murray. 305, Nash Hunker. 329 is Hawken Mader. 343, Ruby Lowe. And 302, Brooklyn Bolter. Class 10 of junior showmanship. So following this class, we'll be moving into junior showmanship semifinal number 2. So all of those from class 6 on that advanced, you need to be coming up to ringside for a junior showmanship semifinal number 2. Turn your attention to the ring. We are ready now for comments from Judge Heidi McFadden.
Before I get started here, I would just like to thank the show committee for putting together such a great show and commend the exhibitors on bringing out such a great group of cattle. I'll give them a round of applause. This heifer that we have leading off the class, I just think represents the tremendous amount of quality of this group. She's such a fancy heifer, just so bold in her center portions, and she just has so much more spring of rib when we compare to the heifer that we have coming out in second. I like this heifer, just when we get her out on the move, she just steps so softly into those pastures for me today. I like this heifer quite a bit. This heifer that we have coming out in second, man, she's fancy. She hits us with the look. This heifer, I just would like to deepen her up a little bit, but a heifer that I like quite a bit, being a November. And when we get comparing her to the heifer behind her, I think when we get her out on the move, she's just a little bit more athletic in her stride and comfortable in her running gears when we get her out here. This heifer that we have coming out in third is a heifer that I commend this young man for her great hair coat. He's been working hard on her, and you can tell. She's one that we get behind her. You just have to appreciate her overall width and dimension. One that I think you could just fancy up a touch and add a little bit more overall volume, but a great heifer we have coming out in the third hole. This young man that we have coming out here in this fourth hole is one that I think she's just so bold. She's going to make a tremendous cow, so powerful. One that I think when we get her on the move too, just like to maybe soften her up and maybe fill those tracks a little bit more desirably for me today. But this one's going to make a great cow for you, young man. And this heifer that we have rounding off this class, she is the youngest one in this class and one that I think is quite fancy. I think her time is coming yet. Give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Judge Heidi McFadden and her ringman, Quinn Peterson. Advancing in junior showmanship, advancing to the semifinal, 329, Hawken Mader, and 302, Brooklyn Bolter. Advancing in junior showmanship, Hawken Mader and Brooklyn Bolter. That brings us to our junior showmanship semifinal number 2. And we welcome to the ring, adjudicating this class, Judge Sawyer Pohl, his ringman Van Hofstra and Caleb Hofstra. And the junior showman from class 6, we had 338, Janaea Sobkow. 341, Luke Henderson. From class 7, 330, Hayden Kamala. 303, Wynn Henderson. From class 8, 336 was Carson Van Sickle. 337, Luke Ulmer. From class 9, 322, Sophie Pass. 318, Kellen Gartner. And from class 10, 329, Hawken Mader, and 302, Brooklyn Bolter. Junior showmanship, semifinal number 2. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Sawyer Pohl.
Before I get into this class of females, I'd just like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on a great show. And I think that all the sponsors and volunteers, they just deserve a huge round of applause for all they do for us junior members. A really competitive class of heifers here. I think for me, I decided to start with one I just found to be so balanced and uniform in her look. I think you really appreciate how structurally sound that heifer is when you get her on the move or on the profile. She's angular in her hind legs, and she gets out and just one that's definitely feminine and has enough eye appeal to her. Definitely not the biggest, most powerful, but one that you really appreciate just for how complete in her look she is. And I think one that I like a lot, and I think she has a bright future ahead of her. The heifer I followed up with second. I think that's another really solid heifer. One, you appreciate the front third, how up-headed she is. I think maybe when you get her out on the move, she's maybe a bit short-strided, gets a little out of bounds compared to the heifer ahead of her. But I think a really solid female to come in second. The Blaze Face heifer coming in third. I think that's a really good female there. You really like her profile, how much muscle and just shape and dimension she has. I think for me, one that maybe is just maybe not quite as angular in her hind legs as the two heifers ahead of her. I think a heifer that maybe doesn't have quite as much depth of body compared to the heifer that led the class off. But I think that's a female that's still going to go out and be a really good cow down the road. The female coming in fourth, the solid heifer. One you like a lot. You really got to appreciate the power that she has. I think one that's really good in terms of her foot quality. I think for me, maybe you just like to be a bit stronger topped. I think maybe one that just gives up in terms of some of the structural correctness as the two that led the class off, and maybe just isn't quite as attractive through that front third as the third female I had in third place. The heifer coming in fourth, I think that's a really good female, one that you really appreciate the front third, how extended she is up through her neck and clean and ties into her shoulder really well. I think one that maybe doesn't quite have the power as the heifers ahead of her. One you maybe like to see a bit more body on compared to the other heifers. I think that's a female that's really structurally sound and still has a really bright future ahead of her. The heifer following her out, I think that's one that maybe isn't quite as attractive as some of the females ahead of her. I think in terms of front third, you maybe like to see her a bit more extended through that neck. One I think you do appreciate in terms of her body and just the capacity she has while being maybe a bit smaller framed. I think maybe one I'd like to see a bit fresher in her look today, but I think that's still a really solid female. The heifer behind that one, I think you appreciate the heifer on the profile. One maybe in terms of her skull structure isn't as clean as some of the heifers ahead of her. Maybe not quite as much condition as some of the other ones, but I think that's a cow that's going to go out and produce some calves that'll really put the pounds down in the fall. The two calves, it's tough competing against bred heifers with a bit more maturity. I liked to go with the one that maybe just had a bit more power out of the two. I think one you'd maybe like to clean her up through that front third in terms of her neck. I think one you really appreciate still just for the amount of power she has already at quite a young age. The calf that comes behind her, one that maybe just cuts up a bit in her flank compared to the heifer ahead of her. Maybe not quite as much power. I think you do appreciate how refined and feminine that heifer is, though. One that maybe gets a bit smaller bone for me today, but I think that's still two calves that are really good in a lot of ways. The red heifer rounding out the class, one that maybe doesn't have quite as much body as some of the other heifers ahead of her. I think one that you still appreciate in terms of how strong topped she is. And I think there's a lot of good in that heifer. But overall, it's a really strong class. And I think these juniors deserve a huge round of applause for coming out and doing a great job today.
And a round of applause for Judge Sawyer Pohl and his ringmen, Van Hofstra and Calum Hofstra. Advancing to the junior showmanship final. 338, Janaea Sobkow. 337, Luke Ulmer. 318, Callan Gartner. And 302, Brooklyn Bolter. Advancing to the junior showmanship final, Janaea Sobkow, Luke Ulmer, Callan Gartner, and Brooke Bolter. That brings us to our junior showmanship championship. Our acting adjudicator for this class will be Reese Wildman. We welcome in the junior showmanship finalists. 339 is Peyton Hagel. 342, Quinn Hagel. 332, Dryden Robertson. 301, Colt Jacobs. And from that last class, 338, Janaea Sobkow. .337, Luke Ulmer. 318, Callan Gartner. 302, Brooklyn Bolter. Ladies and gentlemen, your junior showmanship final. And thank you to the ringmen helping out here. We have Heidi Pass and Max Burris helping with our ring duties for this Junior Showmanship Championship. Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, following this class, we will have just a short 5 or 10 minute break so that everyone could switch over before we move into the senior showmanship and junior show teams. There'll be just a short 5 or 10 minute break. And also the lunch will be ready in the kitchen in about 5 or 10 minutes. So following this class, anyone is welcome to go and grab lunch at the kitchen. We won't be taking a official lunch break, but lunch will be available in the kitchen starting in about 5 minutes. Juniors. Ladies and gentlemen, turn your attention to the ring and we'll have some comments on this junior showmanship final. Judge Dylan Fuller.
Well, thank you, Bill. And once again, I would like to thank the Angus Show Committee for allowing me to come out and judge the showmanship competition for today. Once again, these kids are doing an absolute unreal job. I think this is the best of the best, and even some of the kids that went back to the barn, it's hard to pick. Just getting those nitpicky things on what I was looking for today, and I'm going to say it again, I said it in the Pee-wees, it's that initial oppression. That first 3 seconds coming into the ring is really where for myself, is where you can really in it to win it. I think it's your demeanor, how you come in here as a team with your animal, and your demeanor about you. You're in it to win it. So that's a really key thing. And then also, I think when I came out here and when those animals were coming along the side, I really like a showman that comes in and walks them into place, not touching with their feet and trying to keep as calm and cool and collective as they can. And I think that's really where the top two individuals come out here. They walk them into place. They show their demeanor and upheadedness, and they really have an in it to win it type of demeanor to them. And they've done a really good job on working with their animals. And you know, it's getting nitpicky. I think when we come down to the semifinals, there was a few members out there that should have been out here, but I think myself, I'm a cowboy boot type of a guy. I like those closed-toed shoes. I think that was kind of one of the nitpicking things for me, and also equipment. I think that's there was a few members that didn't have their equipment, like their show halters and their show harnesses weren't on right, and so that is one of the key things for me that I was looking out here today. But once again, let's give these kids a big round of applause, and I'll go get you a champion reserve.
Your champion junior showman, Brooklyn Bolter. Reserve champion junior showman, Peyton Hagel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for all of our junior showmen. We'll have a short break here of 5 to 10 minutes before we move into the other showmanship, and I would just like to remind everybody lunch is on over in the building, so if you want to grab lunch, but we'll reconvene here in about 10 minutes. We'll move into the senior showmanship. Be a good time to everybody to stand up and spread your legs.
loved every morning, every night. Staring up at the moon, knowing that you'll be here soon. Thank God I have you as mine. Can feel that tingle down my spine. shows my weakness. The thunder knows my secrets. The storm is like a brother. It knows me like no other. So let it rumble, let it roll, 'cause it's all I know. You can keep your calm and easy, but that peaceful life ain't for me. The harshest gales call out from the tree, like it can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, it's like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Oh. I see the waters rising with waves as strong as iron. My soul was born for running. The darkness is my compass, and I will follow where it goes, 'cause it's all I know. You can keep your sunshine story, but that peaceful life ain't for me. The harshest gales call out from the trees, like it can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, it's like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Oh. Sirens ring and run for shelter. I will chase that storm forever. The harshest gales call out from the trees, like they can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, feels like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. dreamed in the dark that we rolled the dice. I'm still scared. Will you be there? If we're the last to learn that we crash and burn, and we'll never make it. If the smoke don't clear, could we face our fear?
Okay, hey, ladies and gentlemen, Angus Juniors will be moving shortly here into senior showmanship and the junior show team judging. So juniors, be aware, we're about ready to begin. So watch where your class is coming up and be ready to roll. All of our senior showmanship classes will go 2 times because we have 2 sets of junior show teams to judge each of the showmanship classes. So each showmanship class will go twice, and following that second heat, I will be announcing who advances to the semifinal. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the show ring Judge Colt Jacobs and his ringmen Nash Hunker and G.W. Murray. In for their first heat of showmanship, Class 1, 409 is London Matthews, 425 Tavy Yoder, 429 is Owen Wilms, and 415 Quinn Peterson. Class 1 of senior showmanship. And we're now ready, ladies and gentlemen, for comments from Judge Colt Jacobs.
All right, we got an awesome heifer. She's just a big power heifer around now, and has awesome structure, nice top line. She just has a beautiful flank, awesome cleanness. She's extends nice long. And then moving on to our second heifer, she just gets outpowered a little bit by that first heifer. Nice structure, long. You like her a little bit more middle. She's thick. She got a beautiful tail, nice top line. So now third, we got a nice enough heifer. She just can't stand of those other top two heifers. She could just use a little bit more middle. She doesn't have as good structure as those other two heifers. Those other two heifers have a little bit of bigger frame, but she's a nice heifer. She's nice and level through her top line. She's nice, balanced. You could probably refine her teeth a little bit more. Her neck's nice and long, and then rounding off our class, she just can't match with these other heifers. She isn't as big. She could use a bigger frame. I'd like to fix her feet up, have a little bit of better structure, really nice teat placement. She's thick, wide enough. Yeah, all right.
Yes, put your hands together for Judge Colt Jacobs and his ringmen, Nash Hunker and G.W. Murray. We'll bring those four senior showmen right back for their second and final heat. I'm sorry, we have a judging team that's a scratch, so them showmen don't come back. Advancing to the showmanship semifinal from that class, advancing are 409 London Matthews, 425 Tavian Yoder, and 429 Owen Wilms. Those three individuals will advance to the semifinal in senior showmanship. Once again, that's London Matthews, TV Yoder, and Owen Wilms, advancing to the senior showmanship semifinal number 1. So then we move to Class 2, and we welcome to the ring Judge Chick Harvey and his ringman, Gentry Harvey. And Class 2 of senior showmanship, so we welcome in Class 2 of senior showmanship. 430 is Jackson Denchikoff. 425, Kylie Wilms. 436 is Lexi Dietrich. And 411, Dayton Wilson. Class 2 of senior showmanship. And this senior showmanship class will be going twice, so this is their first of 2 heats. Just a reminder to all junior show teams, there is a 10-minute time allowance for you to adjudicate your class, so you have 10 minutes to work with juniors. If you're not familiar, it's 10 minutes for you to do your class. Also, juniors and ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce to you that this is the last call for lunch. So if you haven't had the opportunity to partake in that wonderful lunch, this is the last call. They'll be closing up the kitchen. So try work your way over quickly and grab lunch if you haven't already done so. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for comments from Judge Chick Harvey.
I'd like to just first off thank the Bashaw Egg Society for having me and my sister out here today. I'd like to thank all the sponsors for making the show possible. I'd like to thank all the parents for getting these kids here. It couldn't be done without them. I'm going to start the class off with, I think, the most powerful female in here. Yet she's a 6-year-old cow, still with a perfect, nice udder. A cow that still has a good foot structure and sound on the move. Cow that's really long and elegant in her front end. A cow that you really have to admire for how deep she is. A cow that I think is very well built for a 6-year-old cow. Coming to the second place heifer, the dark cherry red heifer. A heifer that maybe gets outpowered in size and frame. A heifer that I think might track the best in this group. Maybe I'd like to give her a little more Springer rib, but I really like how feminine this heifer is. A really long heifer. I think a good second place heifer. I think the coolest animal in this class, yet she is the youngest, a February 10th heifer, a heifer that has great Springer rib, big topped, maybe gets outpowered for her size and age, but I really like how this heifer is coming along. She's long, she's deep, she's pretty enough fronted, sound enough. I think this heifer is going to be a good one in the future. Rounding out the class is the heifer that was fighting this young man the whole time. I'd like to maybe sound her up on the move in that front end, maybe square her up on the front feet, but I really like how wide top this heifer is and how long she is. Before I end off here today, I'd like to end with a quote. Whatever you want to do, do it now. There's only so many tomorrows. So kids, thank your parents for taking you out here. They've spent the time, the money, so just thank them, thank the sponsors, thank everybody that's helped you get here. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Chick Harvey and his ring person, Gentry Harvey. This Class 2 of Senior Showmanship will return for a second and final heat. Under the adjudication, we welcome to the ring Judge Kiefer Morrison and ringman Wynn Henderson. And we welcome back the senior showman. 425 is Kylie Wilms. 430, Jackson Denchikoff. 436, Lexi Dietrich. And 411, Dayton Wilson. The seniors in for their second and final heat of senior showmanship, Class 2. We are now ready for comments from Judge Kiefer Morrison.
I'd like to thank the about Alberta Junior Angus Association. In first place, we got this nice heifer. She's nice and square, deep ribbed, pretty head, nice and long, and yeah. In second place, we got this nice square heifer, just not as deep ribbed as the one in first. Yeah, pretty. In third place, we got this heifer calf that just, yeah, nice and square, good for, yeah, yeah. And now in last place, we got this heifer just not as like it's nice and square. Deep rib, just not as the ones above her. Yeah.
Thank you to Judge Kiefer Morrison and his ringman, Wynn Henderson. Advancing from this class to the senior showmanship semifinal, advancing 425, Kylie Wilms, 436, Lexi Dietrich. Advancing to the senior showmanship semifinal, Kylie Wilms and Lexi Dietrich. We now welcome to the ring Judge Callan Gartner and ringman Hiller Gartner. In Class 3 of showmanship, 407 is Abby Rancier, 403 Reed Howell, 419 Landon Brandel, and 408 Sully Jenkins. Class 3, their first of 2 heats of senior showmanship. We're now ready for comments from Judge Callan Gardner.
Put your hands together for a wicked set of females. I think that this show, for the 50th anniversary, it's doing great. I think that this show has a lasting legacy. I know many families, like my dad was on one of the first boards, and I think that that's really cool to see how some families were on the first boards and then their kids are now coming. So put your hands together for the committee members, the sponsors, and the Bashaw Egg Society for putting on the 50th anniversary of the Alberta Junior Angus Show. I started off my class with the powerhouse female. I think when you get behind her, she's wide through her hooks and her pins. And then when you get her on a side profile, she's definitely the female in this class with the most power and dimension. And then in her front 1/3, she's definitely an extended female throughout her neck. And she's also a long female. And then when you get her out on the move, I think that she's sound enough for me today. And just a powerhouse female to start off my class. I followed her in with the blaze face female. I think a female that isn't as powerful as the female that came in first, but you have to appreciate her for the length. And then when she gets out on the move, she definitely tracks well. I think a female that I just like to make a little bit more powerful to compete with my female in first today. But I think that a female that's extended through her neck and her whole body, and I just think a female that's gonna do this man really good as she becomes a cow. A female in third definitely unifies the female in second very closely. For me, I just like to fix up her feet a little bit more, but I think a female that's long throughout her whole body from her head to her hips, and I think a female that's definitely very feminine in her front 1/3, and also I just like to give her a little bit more power to compete with her with her first two females, but a female that's definitely lengthy throughout her whole body. I rounded off my class with the red female. I think this female just got outpowered in this class, but you have to appreciate her for the length of body she had. I think that this female is going to do this man very good for the length that she has. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Callan Gardner and Ringman Hiller Gardner. The senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Carson Van Sickle and his ringman, Peyton Hagel. We'll bring back those four senior showmen for their second and final heat. And those senior showmen include 407 is Abby Rancier. 403, Reed Howell. 419, Landon Brandel. And 408, Sully Jenkins. Class 3, the second and final heat for senior showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, comments from Judge Carson Van Sickle.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting on such an amazing show here for the next few days. I'd also like to thank my ringman, Peyton Hagel, for helping me get the cattle through the ring here today. I start the class off with this super fancy black blaze-faced female. She's just super feminine through that front 1/3. She carries so much width over that top line, and she gets out on the move very well. In second place, I have this big powerhouse black female. I find she's super deep-middled. She's super soft-made. I'd just like to maybe see her a little bit, sound her out on the move today. She maybe rocks on that on those back hinds a little bit for me today. But an overall great female. In third place, I have this super attractive black female. I find this female's shoulder ties into that neck very well. I find she ties with the second place female very well. She's super wide topped and she's super sound out on the move. I round the class with this absolute powerhouse of a red female. This female's super long spined. She's super wide topped. I'd just like to maybe soften her up in that middle third for me today to compete any higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Carson Van Sickle and ringman Peyton Hagel. Advancing in senior showmanship from that class, we have 3 advancing. Advancing to the senior showmanship semifinal are 407 Abby Rancier, 403 Reed Howell, 419 Landon Brandel. So advancing in senior showmanship, Abby Rancier, Reed Howell, and Landon Brandel. That brings us to Class 4 of Senior Showmanship. And we welcome to the ring Judge Wyatt Saylor and his ringman Morgan Page. And we welcome in Senior Showman. 414 is Maddie Ferentz. 432, Lily Howell. 406 is Lee Sholigan. And 413, Van Hofstra. Class 4 of Senior Showmanship in for their first of 2 heats of Senior Showmanship. Angus Juniors, due to the somewhat rainy day outside, the grooming will take part following our completion of the showmanship. The grooming will be in the stalls. The Tiny Mites and the Pee-wees will go first, and that will start about 15 minutes after this showmanship and team judging completes. So the grooming for the Tiny Mites and Pee-wees in the stalls, 15 minutes after the completion of our showmanship and team grooming. Following the Tiny Mites and Pee-wees will be the junior showmanship, and all juniors will go at the same time. You will groom in your stall, and the judges will come around. So there will be no heats. All the juniors will be at the same time. Following that, it'll be the same for the seniors. All seniors will groom at the same time in the stall, and the judges will make their way about. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comments from Judge Wyatt Saylor.
Before we start off on this class, I would like to thank Bashaw Egg Society and Alberta Junior Angus for letting us come out here and showing in this event. Let all the exhibitors have thank their parents and give them a huge hug for letting them come out here and show today. Starting off this class is this beautiful black heifer. She is one of a kind. I like her because she doesn't fall in anything. Her feet are nice, her leg structure is beautiful, and overall she's a real nice big heifer. Moving on to our second place heifer. Our second place heifer, she falls in her top line, and I just like to fill her out a little bit. Her feet structure is quite one to be marked, and also I like how her legs are shaped, and overall she is one of the best heifers. Moving on to this third place heifer. To move up in this class, all she would need to be is a little bit deeper and put some couple more 100 pounds on her to go up with this class. She is a real nice heifer. I love her legs. I love her top line. And I would just make her a little bit longer, but overall, a beautiful heifer. Moving on to this fourth place heifer. She is another nice heifer. I would personally fill her out, make her top line a little bit flatter, and make her a little bit longer, but she doesn't fall in any of these categories: her legs, her feet, or her neck structure. I love her bone and how big she can get. If she gets a little bit more pounds, then she can maybe be a great cow one day.
Thank you, Judge Wyatt Saylor and Ringman Morgan Page. These four senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Quinn Hagel and her ring person, Gracie Borison. Well, welcome back those four senior showmen in Class 4. Once again, those four senior showmen are show number 414, Maddie Ferentz, 432, Lily Howell, 406, Lee Scholigan, Here comes our fourth senior showman. 413 is Van Hofstra. Class 4 of senior showmanship. We'll now have comments from Judge Quinn Hagel.
First off, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for having this amazing facility for the Angus show. It's really nice to have it here. I'd also like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me out here today to judge this really awesome set of Angus females. I'd also like to thank my ring person, Gracie Borson, for keeping the cattle moving for me here today. The female I got here coming to the top for me, she just packs it all for me. I think that this female, she is going to go out and she's going to be awesome in the future. She's just got everything that I'm looking for. She's sound, she's got a good foot on her, and she's really clean through that front end and super feminine. I think that she's going to go and have some awesome calves in the future for this girl. The female coming for second for me today, she's the youngest in the class, but I think that she gets herself in second. She's super sound. She's good looking. She's got a good foot underneath of her. It was tough between her and my third place, but I think that she gets around the ring super well for me here today, and that's why she's in second. The heifer coming in third, she's really nice. She's deep-bodied, got a wide rib when you get on behind her. I think she's maybe just not getting around the ring good enough for me here today, but this is a show, and she's not been walking enough for... She might be getting sore and here at the show, but I think that she's still going to go out and she's going to produce really well for the future years. The heifer rounding out my class, she's maybe just not as eye-appealing, doesn't got that extra body mass or volume as the heifers above her, but she's still going to go and she's going to produce really good. She's got awesome teats and udder underneath of her, and she's got a good foot on her, and I think that'll be really important for her as she goes and produces really good. Thank you.
Put your heads together for Judge Quinn Hagel and her ringman, Gracie Borison. Coming back from this class to our next class, the Senior Showmanship Semifinal number 1, advancing 414, Maddie Ferentz, and 406, Lee Sholigan. Advancing from that class to the Showmanship Semifinal, Maddie Ferentz and Lee Sholigan. That brings us to Senior Showmanship Semifinal number 1. From Class 1, we welcome back Senior Showman 409, London Matthews, 425, Tavy Yoder, 429, Owen Wilms, 425, Kylie Wilms, 436, Lexi Dietrich, 407, Abby Rancier. 403, Reed Howell. 419, Landon Brandel. 414 from Class 4, Maddie Ferentz. And also from that class, 406, Lee Sholigan. Senior Showmanship Semifinal number 1. And thank you to our adult volunteers, with acting judge Jill Wildman and ring personnel Amy Pass. Thank you to you two ladies. We will be expecting comments on this class too, Jill. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, advancing to the senior showmanship final. Advancing, 425, Tavy Yoder. 425, Kylie Wilms. I have two 425s, but anyway, Tavy Yoder and Kylie Wilms both advance. 436, Lexi Dietrich. 403, Reed Howell. 419, Landon Brandel. The seniors advancing to the senior showmanship final. Tavy Yoder, Kylie Wilms, Lexi Dietrich, Reed Howell, and Landon Brandel. Let's have a round of applause for all these senior showmen. We now welcome in Class 5 of Senior Showmanship, and we welcome to the ring Judge Ainsley Van Sickle and her ring person, Sydney Van Sickle. Or Sydney's the judge? Okay, sorry. Judge Sydney Van Sickle, ring person Ainsley Van Sickle. And the senior showman in this class, we welcome in 426, Casey Adams, 420, Sadie Howell, 433, Carson Baker, and 412, Garrick Lutz. In for their first of two heats of senior showmanship. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready for comments from Judge Sydney Van Sickle.
First off, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society and the Alberta Junior Angus Association for having me and my ringman Ainsley out here today. First off, I'd like to start off with this big framed, straight topped, and she walks on a very nice set of feet and legs. Next, I'd like this heifer. She is very big made. She's straight over her top. Her head blends through her shoulder very nicely. Then this cow that I have in third. She is very big framed. She stands on a very strong set of feet and legs. Her head blends very well through her neck and shoulder, and her teat placement is very well placed. And I'd like to round off with this black heifer here. She is straight over her top. She is very wide over her top. She just isn't as deep and as wide as the rest of the heifers in the class. This was a very tremendous class. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Sydney Van Sickle and her ring person, Ainsley Van Sickle. The senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Bristol Saylor and her ring person, Julie Murphy. And we welcome back Class 5 of Senior Showmanship. 426 is Casey Adams, 420 Sadie Howell, 433 Carson Baker, and 412 Garrick Lutz. Turn your attention to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, and comments from Judge Bristol Saylor.
First of all, I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for having me out to judge this wonderful class of females. Starting off this class, we have this big black heifer. She's smooth through her transitions. She's has a great structure. She's deep and she's very wide. Moving on to the second place heifer. She's not as long as the heifer above her, but still a good heifer. She's smooth through her transitions. She has lots of capacity and bone structure. Moving on to this third place heifer. She is a big cow. She's very long and has lots of frame. She's just not as free moving as the heifers above her. Rounding off this class, we have this black heifer. She's just not as, doesn't have as much condition as the heifers above her. She's a little bit post-legged and doesn't have as nice of a structure, but still has lots of capacity.
Put your hands together for Judge Bristol Saylor and her ring person, Julie Murphy. Advancing from that class to the next senior showmanship semifinal, advancing 426, Casey Adams, 420, Sadie Howell. Advancing in senior showmanship, Casey Adams and Sadie Howell. We now welcome to the ring Judge Wynn Pittman, her ringmen, Myra Murray and Tennessee Snyder. And Class 6 of Senior Showmanship, 416 is Logan Brook, 404, Stella Mater, 410, Heidi Pass, 424, Heidi McFadden. We are now ready for comments from Judge Wynn Pittman.
First of all, I'd just like to start by thanking everybody who helped put the show on and all of the committee members who did help put the show on. And me and my ringmen would also like to say a big thank you for letting us come out here and judge and ring this show today. In first place, we have this black heifer. This is the most bold and expressive heifer in her muscle. This is one of the more pretty fronted heifers out of the bunch. And she's cleaner and more refined through her head and neck. Moving on to second place, we have this young lady with the red heifer. This heifer is a very powerful heifer, but just maybe not as powerful as the black heifer in front of her. She's very clean throughout her front and is set nice between her. And she's very nice set through to her pins. Maybe when she gets out on the move, she's a little short-strided, which maybe is what bumped her down to second place, but overall a very nice heifer. In last place, we have this red heifer with the young man showing her. This heifer's maybe just a little flatter muscled. You maybe just like to give her a little more muscle expression, but she's very strong throughout her top line, and you maybe like to set her tail head a bit, but when she gets out on the move, she's true and confident to the way she walks. But overall, a very nice heifer. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Wynn Pittman and ringman Myra Murray and Tennessee Snyder. Class 6 of senior showmanship will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Nash Sorensen and his ringman Tel Peterson. We'll bring back Class 6 of senior showmanship. Show number 416 is Logan Brook. 404, Stella Mater. 410, Heidi Pass. And 424, Heidi McFadden. Class 6 for their second and final heat in senior showmanship. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll have comments from Judge Nash Sorensen.
I just want to say thank you to the Alberta Junior Angus Association for putting this show on. It's a real privilege to get a show in this show, and the Bashaw Egg Society for letting us use this. I'm going to start this class off with this nice red big 2-year-old. She's a big frame cow, deep body, and I like the way she's formed. Coming in second place, we got this black heifer. She's a deep body cow, maybe a little smaller compared to the cow in front of her, but a real great heifer. Coming in third place, we got this 2-year-old. She's big, nice bodied, but little, not as nice as the ones in front of her. Now in fourth place, we got this Fenimon cow. She just little got overpowered today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Nash Sorensen, his ringman, Tel Peterson. In this Class 6 of senior showmanship, advancing to the semifinal, 404, Stella Mater, 410, Heidi Pass. Advancing in senior showmanship, Stella Mater and Heidi Pass. We now welcome to the ring Judge Hawken Mater and his ringman, Greeley Robertson. And the senior showmen in Class 7 include 421, Sawyer Pohl, 417, Paisley Robertson, 427, Paige Zimmer, and 405, Peyton Verbonic, in for their first of 2 heats of senior showmanship, Class 7. Well, Angus Juniors, it looks like we have a nice break in the weather here, so we are going to start the grooming in the grooming chutes with the tiny mites. So in a few minutes, we want to start that tiny mite grooming at 2:20. So if the tiny mites can go to the grooming chutes, we will start your tiny mite grooming here at about 2:20 in the grooming chutes.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I start off today, I'd just like to thank the Alberta Junior Angus Association and all the parents and sponsors who help put on the show year after year. I'd also like to thank my ringman, Greeley Robertson, for keeping these cattle moving around the ring as smooth as possible. Let's just all take a sec and give a round of applause for these exhibitors and the cattle they brought out here today. To start off my class, I'm going to go with the most broody female in the class. You know, her and the second place cow complement each other extremely well. You know, the cow I lead off with, maybe I'd like to clean her up in that front end a bit, but you got to appreciate for how much power and capacity this female carries. You getting behind her, she got lots of springer rib, and a cow that's dropping an extremely good udder. Just an extremely good female to start off this class here. Moving into my second place female, one that I think you still gotta appreciate for the amount of substance and capacity that she carries. Maybe one I'd like to spread her out in her T placement a bit, but one, she's extremely level over that top line. She's extremely refined through that head neck. Just another extremely good female to fill in that second place spot. And then moving into my third place female, you know, one you do gotta appreciate for her style. You know, she's cool made. Maybe one I'd like to just make her a bit more sound out on the move, drop her in her twist a bit. But one you do gotta appreciate for how level she is over that top line and how much depth of body she carries. And then rounding out the class is gonna be the another solid black female. Maybe one that just gets a bit outpowered for me here today. I'd like to clean her up in her lines a bit, change her up in the structure of her back wheels. But one, she's also got quite a bit of style to her. One down the road, I think she could be extremely competitive. Just for me, I think she gets a bit outpowered for me here today. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Hawken Mater and his ringman, Greeley Robertson. Those senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat. We now welcome to the ring Judge Liam Richards and his ringman, Bryn Burkhart. And Michael Richards. So two ringmen. We have Judge Liam Richards, ringman Bryn Burkhart, and Michael Richards. We welcome back the senior showman. 421 is Sawyer Pohl. 417, Paisley Robertson. 427, Paige Zimmer. And 405, Peyton Verbonic. We're now ready for comments, ladies and gentlemen, from Judge Liam Richards.
Before I begin here, I'd first like to thank the Egg Society and the all the parents that were able to bring all the juniors out here to the show, and my ringmen, Michael and Bryn. I start this class off with this really big, very bold female and 2-year-old in first. She's got lots of depth, lots of springer rib, and has a really nice teeth structure, which is why I'm able to really easily put her in first today. And second, we got this other 2-year-old. Maybe I just think I want to change up her teeth structure a little bit. Maybe I just want her to come together a little bit nicely in her front thirds into her over her back. In third place, I have this really nice bred heifer. You gotta really love her for her length of body and how moderate she is and how much depth she has that she's carrying. And finishing off this class, we have this other bred female. Maybe I just want to smooth her out. Maybe I just want to change up how she comes together in her back third for me to bring her place her any higher in this class today. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Liam Richards and his ring people, Bryn Burkhart and Michael Richards. Advancing from this Class 7 in senior showmanship, 417, Paisley Robertson, 405, Peyton Verbonic. Advancing to the senior showmanship semifinal, we have Paisley Robertson and Peyton Verbonic. That brings us to Class 8, and we welcome to the ring Judge Cordell Morrison and his ringman Dryden Robertson. Class 8 of senior showmanship includes 422 Cade Rancier, 401 Nevada Murray, 423 Max Burris, 434 Tennessee Walter. Just a reminder, Angus Juniors and ladies and gentlemen, shortly the Tiny Mite grooming will be starting over in the grooming chutes. I'm sure there are tens of thousands that want to watch the Tiny Mite grooming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for comments from Judge Cordell Morrison.
Before I would like to start my placings, I would like to start off by thanking the Alberta Junior Angus Association for giving me and my Rainman, Dryan Robertson, the opportunity to come out here and do this. Starting off, we have a cow that's very maternal in her look. She's powerful and straight-topped. You would maybe just clean up her underline a tick in her chest for her, but she's wide-hipped, big-bodied, and very powerful. Moving on to the second place heifer, she goes hand in hand with this third. They're both very similar, though this one, you would just like to make her a little bit more level on her top line. She is very powerful, big-ribbed, big-shouldered, and very fresh. This third place heifer, she's also very big-ribbed, though she's just not as wide-hipped, and you would like to maybe clean up her teat placement. She also is not as attractive on the front end as this second place heifer. And rounding out the class, we have this red heifer. You'd just maybe like to deepen her 1/3, though she is very powerful and has a clean front end. She is attractive on the move, though to compete with these top 3 heifers, she just needs more power and more bone. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Cordell Morrison and his ringman, Dryden Robertson. Those senior showmen will exit the ring and return for their second and final heat of senior showmanship. We welcome to the ring Judge Dallas Saylor and her ringman, Joni Page. Also working the ring, we have Sophie Pass. So welcome Judge Dallas Saylor and ringman Joni Page and Sophie Pass. Class 8 of senior showmanship back for their second and final heat. 422 is Cade Rancier. 401 Nevada Murray. 423 Max Burris. And 434 Tennessee Walter. We're now ready for comments from Judge Dallas Saylor.
Okay, first I'd like to thank the Bashaw Egg Society for hosting a tremendous show, as well as the exhibitors who came out to the 50th year anniversary for Alberta Junior Angus. I think it is tremendous that you guys came out here and came to show on the 50th. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. Now I'm going to start into my reasonings. I picked the 3-year-old cow to come up to the top for me today. This cow really strides to the top today as she comes out very eye appealing when she comes to be when it comes to her broodiness, as well as her length of spine. I have to say the udder being laid down under her is a tremendous udder as well. In second place, I have this Angus heifer. She's a heifer that's this black Angus heifer. She's a heifer that's really smooth made. I just find the cow above her is just a little bit more smoother throughout that top, but still a tremendous heifer that carries herself throughout. In third place, I have the other black Angus heifer that the young lady here is showing. This animal probably carries herself through, comes out of her shoulder probably the best, in my opinion. However, I find the animals above her are just a little bit more flexible within that hock, as well as just has a bit more structure. Rounding off, I have the red female of the class. This animal is definitely an animal who really presents herself throughout broodiness in that front. However, this heifer just ends up being a little bit more greener than the animals below or ahead of her. Let's give these exhibitors one big round of applause for coming out for the 50th year again.
Thank you to Judge Dallas Saylor and ringman Jody Page and Sophie Pass. Advancing to the showmanship semifinal from this class, advancing 422 Cade Rancier, 423 Max Burris. Advancing to the showmanship semifinal, Cade Rancier and Max Burris. We now welcome to the ring Judge Luke Henderson and his ringman Kessler Watts. Class 9 of senior showmanship, 431 is Reese Wildman, followed by 418 Calum Hofstra. .402 is Josh Pittman. .428 Eden Kaminsky. And rounding out this class 9 of senior showmanship, Winton Brandel. We are now ready for comments from Judge Luke Henderson.
Before I start off here today, I'd just like to thank everyone that makes this wonderful show possible. I lead off this class today with what I feel is the most complete heifer here. She is one you really have to admire for the mass and the stoutness she presents. She's one I love through that rib and through that shape. She's one that's super feminine through that front 1/3 and still explosive throughout her hip and just, has lots of width of top, tracks really nicely. Just a really complete heifer here to start off. The heifer here in second is another really good individual. She is one you have to love for how powerful she is. She's one that gets out and moves really nicely. She's good in that foot structure. She's one that's got tons of middle and tons of shape to her. She's just one that maybe lacks the front end of the heifer above her. Maybe one I'd like to clean up throughout that neck, but still a very, very good heifer here in second. The third place heifer here for me today is one that's just outpowered by the two above her. She's one I admire for how long and how feminine she is, but one maybe I'd like to change up in the structure of her back legs, maybe add a little bit more depth of field to her. Still a very functional female here in third. The heifer here in fourth is one who I'd like to see a little more quarter and width to, as well as a little more shape to that rib. Still, she's a very sound heifer, and just one that's going to go make a great cow. The heifer here that rounds out the class for me today is a larger framed heifer who just doesn't quite put it together as well for me here. She's one that maybe gets up a little too much in her top line, one maybe that is a little too straight from her hooks to pins, and not quite as wide pinned as I'd like. I'd also like to see a little more shape to her rib, but still a very powerful female to round off the class. Thank you.
Thank you to Judge Luke Henderson and his ringman, Kessler Watts. Those senior showmen will return for their second and final heat. And we now welcome to the ring Judge Sage Snyder and her ring person, Janaea Sobkow. Class 9 back in for their second and final heat of senior showmanship. Led in by 418, Calum Hofstra, followed by 431, Reese Wildman. 402 is Joss Pittman. 428, Eden Kaminsky. And 437, Winton Brandel. So Angus Juniors, this is the final class of senior showmanship. We'll be moving into semifinal number 2. Followed by the Senior Showmanship Championship Final. So for those of you who advanced from Class 5, 6, 7, and 8, we need you back for the next class, our Senior Showmanship Semifinal number 2. We now will have comments from Judge Sage Snyder.
I'd first of all just like to say thank you to the AJA Association for putting this show on. Me and my partner Gina always look forward to this show every year, and I think it takes a lot of time and effort to put on the show, so just a big round of applause for everyone who helped. I think this first heifer here has a lot of fancy features, and just the way she puts herself together, and when she gets out on the move, she's very sound on her feet, deep through her flank and her belly. She's level out through her hooks to her pens all the way to the end of her nose. I really like that heifer a lot. In second place, we have another black heifer. This one is very close to the first one. I just think that maybe to level out her back a little more would just do it for me. But other than that, she's again has deep belly. She's really nice and sound when she walks. And I really like her tail head, and she's definitely one to appreciate. Moving on to the third heifer. I think this heifer is very long and has a lot of muscle. Just for me, I would like to make her a little more deep in the belly and fill out her flank a little more. But other than that, she's a really, really nice heifer that I think would make a great cow in the future. Moving on to this red heifer, I really like how deep she is and how nice her hooks to her pins are. Just for me to level out her back and her tail head would do it. And when she walks, she's a little stiff. But other than that, a really nice red heifer to appreciate for how deep she is. Rounding off this class with this heifer, she's very long through her hooks and her pins, and she has a very straight back and tail head, and she's very smooth and clean through the front end. Just for me, I would like to level her out and make her feet placing a little better. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Judge Sage Snyder and her ringman, Janaea Sobkow. Advancing from this class to our showmanship semifinal, advancing 402, Joss Pittman, and 437, Winton Brandel. Advancing to the senior showmanship semifinal, Joss Pittman and Winton Brandel. That will be our next class, senior showmanship semifinal number 2. We'll once again call on our acting judges. Acting Judge Jill Wildman and ringman Amy Pass to work our senior showmanship semifinal number 2. From Class 5, we have 426, Casey Adams, 420, Sadie Howell. From Class 6, advancing was 404, Stella Mater, and 410, Heidi Pass. From Class 7, we have Paisley Robertson and Peyton Verbonic. From Class 8, 422, Cade Rancier, 423, Max Burris. And from Class 9, 402, Joss Pittman, and 437, Winton Brandel. This is senior showmanship semifinal number 2.
shows my weakness, the thunder knows my secrets. The storm is like a brother, it knows me like no other. So let it rumble, let it roll, 'cause it's all I know. You can keep your calm and easy, but that peaceful life ain't for me. The harshest gales call out from the tree, like it can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, it's like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. I see the waters rising with waves as strong as iron. My soul was born for running. The darkness is my compass, and I will follow where it goes, 'cause it's all I know. You can keep your sunshine story, but that peaceful life ain't for me. The harshest gales call out from the trees, like it can sense the reckless in me. And when the clouds roll in, it's like I'm home again. Don't need your safe and sound. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down. Let the rain come down.
The results are in, and the senior showmen who will advance to our final include 420 Sadie Howell, 410 Heidi Pass, show number 417 Paisley Robertson, 405 Peyton Verbonik, and 423 Max Burris. Advancing to the senior showmanship final, Sadie Howell, Heidi Pass, Paisley Robertson, Peyton Verbonik, and Max Burris. They will be in our next class, our senior showmanship final. Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, we now welcome to the ring our senior showmanship final. We have Tavy Yoder, Kylie Wilms, Lexi Dietrich, Reed Howell, Landon Brandel, Sadie Howell, Heidi Pass, Paisley Robertson, Peyton Verbonik, And Max Burris, your 10 seniors in the senior showmanship final. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for some comments from our showmanship adjudicator, Dylan Fuller.
Well, thank you, Bill. And once again, let's give a big round of applause to all these senior members out here. I think this is an absolute unreal champion drive for these senior showmen. I had to come down to the nitty gritties and the tiny little points that I had coming out in here into these classes. I know that I was taking 3 or 2. I just couldn't split them apart. They were just that good, and I couldn't split them apart. So I had to bring them out here, and my work got cut out for me when I even got into the semifinals. But this is one of the best champion drives that I've seen. I've judged a few 4-H shows and even junior shows here this summer, but this is by far one of the best senior showmanship class that I've seen in a while. These are some really good showmen, and I think when I come out here to judge the showmanship classes, especially in this type of age category, in showmanship, there's so many opportunities that you guys can have, especially as you young members looking in on this class here. You can take and learn and watch these kids, especially all these older members, and use what you can see and what they do, because there's opportunities when there's even people standing along the ring and they're watching you out here in these classes, because there's always people wanting help in their fall run for clipping bulls and getting all of their cattle ready. And this is a true testament of how much what your work ethic is, especially here in this showmanship. So I do got to say that the showmanship competition is one that even myself has had opportunities given to me from showing cattle the best as I can do and showing my hard work and work ethic behind it. And it gave me opportunities in the long run. So once again, let's give one more big round of applause for all of these kids. They've done a really, really good job, and I'll go get you a champion of reserve.
Champion senior showman goes to Sadie Howell. And your reserve champion showman is Lexi Dietrich. How about a round of applause for our showmanship adjudicator, Dylan Fuller? And we also need a round of applause for the adjudicator of our show team judging behind the scenes. A big thank you to Devin Pichel. Devin Erickson, thank you so much, Devin.